federal government. Please, Chairman. I would also like to invite to the platform the Commission Chief Executive of one of the newest commissions arising from the gradual implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act. He is the CEO of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Engineer Benga Komolafe. Please come up. Permit me to also invite to the platform the Executive Secretary of Neiti, that's Dr. Oji Ogbunaya Oji. The Registrar General of the Corporate Affairs Commission, Alhaji Garba Abubakar, is here represented by the Director of Compliance, that's Abdul Hakim Mohammed. Abdul Hakim Mohammed, please step forward and the Oil Producers Trade Section is represented by Ms. Doyi Adelabu. Ms. Doyi Adelabu, please step forward and then so that we show gender compliance. Civil society, which is also very critical in terms of utilization of data arising from the operationalization of open extractives. Civil society is also here represented, and I would like to invite Mr. Peter Ebule, who is also incidentally a member of the board of Neiti and chairs the CSO committee of the board. Mr. Ebule, please. And just to indicate that we have a number of dignitaries also in our midst this morning. And by the way, where is that beeping sound? Can we regulate it? Or you joined us online. Thank you very much. We're going to have a number of remote connections for this program today. So that's why you're having that bleeping sound coming from one of our systems. As I was saying, we have a number of other dignitaries who are here this morning for the official launch of the open extractives in Nigeria. Permit me to welcome the representative of the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. If he's here in the audience, or probably stepped out, or he just wants to be incognito, which is better so that we don't recognize him on the street. Okay, we also have a representative of Seplat, which is of course one of the indigenous oil companies operating in the upstream sector. The rep is Esther Icha, who is the manager in charge of CSR. Esther Icha of Seplat is also here. There are at least two other members of the National Stakeholders Working Group who are in our midst this morning. Nze Joe Ibe. Nze Joe Ibe, member of the Stakeholders Working Group. And just to let you know that the permanent secretary in charge of mines and steel development is also a member of the board of Neiti. And she's here represented by Suleiman Mohammed Kabir, representing the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. She would have been here, but she's having a budget defense at the National Assembly this morning. And so she's unavailable. As the program rolls on, we will of course have more recognitions. So the chairman of the board of Neiti, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off formally now by getting the welcome remarks from the executive secretary and CEO of Neiti, Dr. Oji Ogbunaya Oji. Dr. Oji, please.
The Honorable Minister of Finance, ably represented by the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Budget and National Planning, also represented here in our midst. The Chairman of the National Stakeholders Working Group, Neiti Board, Barrister Olusegun Adekule, and all other members of the board ably in attendance here. My colleague from the Regulatory Commission, all the other colleagues on the high table, our partners from the anti-corruption agencies, members of the IATT, there are many here, EFCC, ICPC, NFIU, CAC, and so on, the BHP, and representative of the Global Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, the Anglophone manager resident in Nigeria, Mr. Michael Zigwe, who is also in our midst. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues in the media, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to this very important event, marking the official launch of Opening Extractives in Nigeria. Opening Extractives is a global program designed to support national governments and stakeholders to deepen implementation of beneficial ownership transparency reforms in many countries. Beneficial ownership transparency remains new and a very novel, difficult, and very challenging territory for many EITI implementing countries, despite the support its implementation has received since 2016. Let me start by commending our parent organization, the Global Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, and its partners, the Open Ownership, for initiating this program and providing hands-on technical assistance to make ownership and open data accessible and user-friendly. Our gratitude also goes to other participating countries, bilateral and multilateral organizations, especially the BHP Foundation, for their commitment and financial support to the implementation of Opening Extractives in about 9 rich countries, and their ability to commit in these countries for the next 5 years. It's no longer news that hidden corporate ownership poses real and present danger to our collective development aspirations, especially in poor developing countries. What is news and most gratifying is that governments and organizations in both developed and developing nations are coming together to strategize on how best to lift the veil of secrecy over the ownerships of extractive assets in most of the resource-rich countries. I'm glad to note that beneficial ownership transparency is now a global norm, and Nigeria cannot afford to be left behind, given our history and experiences in the fight against corruption, insecurity, terrorism financing, money laundering, and illicit financial flows that have become a bane of our society. Just recently, the Panorama Papers made series of disclosures on the private transactions and assets of prominent people across the globe, including Nigerians, concealed in offshore tax havens in some developed countries. These revelations remind us of the dangers that are associated with ownership transparency, ownership secrecy. Let me then state at this juncture, Extractives, it's a direct acknowledgement and recognition of President Muhammad Buhari's administration to beneficial ownership transparency reforms, as well as commitment to the EITI and the progress we have so far recorded. As you are aware, Nigeria joined the League of Countries with the legal framework on implementation of beneficial ownership when Mr. President gave assent to the amended Company and Allied Matters Act in 2020. The Act introduced mandatory disclosures of persons with significant control of the company in a register of beneficial owners. Also, the President signed the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, this year. The Act also requires Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, whose CEO is here, to, as a matter of priority, ensure disclosures of beneficial owners of licenses, leases, permits, and keep sale in a public available register. I therefore wish to seize this opportunity to thank Mr. President for appointing Neiti into the Petroleum Industry Act PIA Committee, Steering Committee. By this move, Neiti is now in a position to work with 9 other key relevant government agencies to develop a framework, guidelines, regulations, and roadmap for the implementation of the new law. And our specific task in this team is to ensure strict adherence to the global EITI principles, standards, and requirements. I add here that we have held 2 meetings, and Neiti is already working in all the relevant subcommittees. And in attending these meetings, we have already developed our own implementation ideas on how things can work. We don't have to wait anymore for mistakes to be made, for us to be chasing the ambulance. We like to be sure that from the onset, we are in a position to correct the mistakes before they are made. And the PIA committee in which Neiti is serving provides a new platform. Let me also use this opportunity to urge governments across the globe to emulate Nigeria in putting in place required legal frameworks on beneficial ownership disclosures in their respective countries to enable us work together in ending the regime of corporate secrecy globally, because we live in an interconnected world where anonymous companies have tentacles across the globe. Opacity in any part of the globe is a threat to openness all over the world. And regardless of our location, we are all at risk at the dangers posed by anonymous companies. The revelation in Panama Papers, and most recently the Panorama Papers, Pandora Papers, clearly illustrated this danger, which we must all work together to nip in the bud. But while we work together to ensure the regime of ownership security is brought down, it's important to underline that the campaign for beneficial ownership disclosures is not a zero-sum between government, companies, civil society, and businesses. This is because while governments and citizens benefit in the form of increased revenues and welfare, legitimate businesses also benefit from improved business conducive business environment, fair and open markets, level playing field, corporate accountability, reduce reputational risks, and improve trust and confidence between them and their host communities. Since my assumption of office as Executive Secretary of Neiti in February this year, I have worked together with a resilient team, very competent team at the Neiti Secretariat, and currently with a very robust, dynamic board to expand and widen the scope of our reports, and specifically deepen the disclosures of beneficial ownership of Nigeria's extractive assets. Another area where we are bringing fresh perspective to our work is in broadening the scope of our stakeholders' engagement, which is one of the reasons why we're here. We're also finalizing plans to revitalize the interministerial tax team, which was set up by the Federal Executive Council to ensure implementation of findings and recommendations in Neiti reports. One of the other ways in which we are broadening and strengthening our operations, especially in the areas of engagement with stakeholders, is in partnering and collaborating with sister anti-corruption agencies. In the past 8 months, Neiti has entered into agreements with anti-corruption agencies in the country. Outcomes of these engagements have culminated in the signing of MOUs with EFCC, ICPC, and NFIU. We have firm commitments from these agencies to support Neiti in the implementation of some of the recommendations that are normally thrown up in our reports. I got a call from the EFCC chairman while here. He was supposed to be here, and I'm sure he has sent in a representative to support us in this event. But one thing we have not done, which we are working very seriously now, is to develop a robust content on how to bring the MOU into full activism. Neiti has reached advanced stage in the automation of its audit data gathering process. The Neiti Audit Management System, which we call the NAMS project, which is being jointly executed with Development Gateway under a support we are receiving from the World Bank, has reached advanced stage. I'm pleased to announce that, subject to the board approval, this project will be unveiled before the end of the year, hopefully by the first week of December. We are confident that this project will transit Neiti completely from using analog means to collect data, information and data. It will completely transit Neiti to an automated system. It has been a project that commenced since 2012 and has had many challenges. But we took it up since February and we're putting everything we have. And I'm happy to announce that by this end of this year, Neiti will move from analog to digital data collection. The new management under my watch, the Secretariat, is also committed to regular and timely reporting. Our 2020 solid minerals report, 2020 oil and gas report, and the fiscal allocation and statutory disbursement audit, the 3 different reports are nearing completion and will hopefully be presented to our board for consideration and approval during their next meeting on the 28th of this month. And with that approval, we'll be able to release the report before the end of the year. That will now bring Neiti fully up to speed. And procurement process for 2021 report has already commenced. We do hope to conclude that process, to commence that process by the first quarter 2022. In that case, the era where people make insinuations that our reports are late will be less to find and to rest in peace. I wish to assure you all that Neiti remains committed to the delivery of its mandates in the oil, gas, and mining sectors through effective implementation of EITR standards and provisions of Neiti Act. We will continue to work with all stakeholders, governments, companies, civil society, the media, development partners, our sister agencies in this direction to ensure that extractive resources, revenues from oil, gas, and mining work for all Nigerians, not just a few. In that direction, we are already working very closely with our board to review the Neiti Act. The Act was formulated in 2007. Between 2007 and now, a lot of water has passed under the bridge, including the new environment which the PIA is currently hopefully going to bring to the extra catch up with these developments. Let me conclude by stating that establishing a publicly accessible register of beneficial owners cannot be the end of the campaign against ownership secrecy. Making the registers count through constant interrogation, update, and utilization of information and data contained in these registers to demand accountability are critical to the success of this campaign. Also important is the need to constantly build the capacity of the state and non-state actors that are involved in this work to enable us achieve the desired results. The civil society, the companies need to work together to know who owns what because of its huge implication to peace and stability of our country. On this note, I used to welcome you to this important launch and once again thank the Global EITI, the BHP Foundation, Open Ownership, and all our partners for making this event a reality. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary and CEO of Neiti, Dr. Oji Ogbunaya Oji, for the welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's appreciate him one more time. And the appreciation is not just for the delivery, but more importantly, for the content of what he has delivered. The number of issues and items that are on the plate for Neiti and what Neiti is also doing to advance its cause. And more significantly, the role that Neiti has now been conscripted to play in the implementation of the PIA. I think that that's a very important one because some questions were already being asked as to the composition of the implementation team of the PIA. So once again, congratulations to the CEO and Executive Secretary of Neiti. Of course, we would hear later from the chair of Neiti on other relevant issues. Just before we move on to the next item, permit me to recognize some other dignitaries who have since joined us. Mr. Chris Akamairo is representing the Group Managing Director of NNPC, well, NNPC Limited. Mr. Chris Akamairo is Group General Manager of NNPC Limited. If he's here with us, Mr. Akamairo, I understand you were somewhere at the back there, but thank you for being in our midst this morning. Ms. Faith Wadishi is the former EITI International Board member and always a high-valued resource person at events of Neiti. Ms. Wadishi, she's right in front here. Good to have you this morning. Ime Favor is the Regional Associate of Open Ownership. That's OO, is the joint implementing partners with Neiti on the opening extractives that we are launching this morning. Earlier, the ES recognized Dr. Michael Zoigwe, who is country manager for Anglophone countries of EITI International. Dr. Michael Zoigwe, I know he's a self-effacing guy, but he's somewhere in the crowd. We also have Mr. Bello Rashid. Mr. Bello Rashid is representing the executive chairman of FRS, Mr. Bello Rashid. Again, we're all right. We can see your hand up there. Thank you for being around. And also the chairman of ICPC, one of the anti-corruption agencies, is being represented by Demola Bakari. Mr. Demola Bakari, it's our delight to have you this morning. And just to also recognize another board member of Neiti who came in a moment ago, Professor Damilola Olawi is a senior advocate of Nigeria, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Alfred Babalola University. Professor Olawi, pleasure to have you this morning. So, Mr. Chairman, dignitaries, and respected audience, the next item will be for us to take a message from the EITI International Secretariat based in Oslo, Norway. This is a pre-recorded message, and we will have it roll on the screen. The message from the EITI International Secretariat.
On behalf of the EITI, I'd like to express my appreciation to the government of Nigeria, and especially to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, for accepting our invitation to join the Opening Extractives program. This has the potential to accelerate Nigeria's impressive efforts to date in advancing beneficial ownership transparency. Honorable Minister, the EITI has been working closely with your ministry, the Corporate Affairs Commission, Neiti, and relevant industry and civil society groups to help improve transparency on the beneficial owners of companies operating in Nigeria. We applaud Nigeria's accomplishments in launching the Persons of Significant Control Register, and prior to this, developing Africa's first digital beneficial ownership register for the extractive sector in 2019. The collaboration which has taken place amongst the relevant government agencies to achieve these goals has been impressive. Allow me to briefly outline the Opening Extractives program. Opening Extractives is aimed at supporting selected partner countries like Nigeria on reforms to disclose the ownership of extractives companies. It would enable your ministry, through the Nigeria EITI Secretariat, to access technical assistance to improve the implementation of beneficial ownership transparency as required by the EITI standard and in accordance with your country's priorities. Enhancing beneficial ownership disclosure can contribute to strengthening natural resource governance in Nigeria in line with your government's agenda to fight corruption, improve domestic revenues, and attract investment. Opening Extractives is jointly delivered by the EITI and our technical partner, Open Ownership. Its goal is to ensure that government, industry, and civil society actors have greater access to reliable information on the ultimate owners of extractives companies. This will enable stakeholders to address governance risks related to hidden ownership and to maximize revenues from the extractives industries. Technical assistance provided through Opening Extractives will be delivered by the EITI, Open Ownership, and Partner Systems, enabling disclosure and the use of high-quality ownership data through public registers. It can involve support for important priorities, such as addressing barriers to disclosures, the implementation of the beneficial ownership data standard, integration of systems, data verification, and capacity building. During a beneficial ownership stakeholders consultative workshop held in Abuja in November last year, industry, civil society, and government participants affirmed their commitment towards building on the extractives register established by Neiti, including how data can be made publicly available, easily accessible, and more current. They also identified the need for data to be used and analyzed by stakeholders. These priorities will be helpful reference points for our discussion today and in subsequent discussions to jointly develop a detailed plan of activities. In this conversation, our priority will be to hear from you about your ongoing reforms and how you would like the Opening Extractives program to support them. In closing, I would like to express my appreciation for the role that the Honourable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Prince Clem Agba, has chosen to play, as the appointed government point of contact for opening extractors. We look forward to working with you, Honourable Minister, and with staff from key government entities, including the Nigeria EITI Secretariat, in the programme's activities. We know there'll be a vibrant and stimulating discussion on the way forward at this event. We are excited by the potential of this programme to ensure that Nigerians can benefit from their extractives wealth. We look forward to further discussions on our collective role in fighting corruption and to identify ways in which we can work together towards a more transparent and accountable extractive sector in Nigeria. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate remotely also Mr. Mark Robinson, who is Executive Director and Head of Global Secretariat of EITI in Oslo, Norway, for the message he has sent to the official launch of the opening extractives in Nigeria. Once again, part of the subtext is the praise that he has for the steps that Nigeria has been taking with regard to opening the extractives by way of the beneficial ownership transparency. Once again, Mr. Mark Robinson, we appreciate you for the message you have sent to this ceremony from Oslo in Norway. Very quickly, before we get to taking statements of commitments from a number of stakeholders, let me recognize other dignitaries who are also here with us. Dr. Ilya Gashimbaki is a member of the board of Neiti. Dr. Ilya Gashimbaki is from the Northeastern zone. That's the part that he represents on the board. We also have the head of government relations at ITO. That's Mr. Kingsley Modi. He's here. Mr. Ushaka Jeremiah is head mining, oil and maritime crime analysis. That's a big one. Head mining, oil and maritime crime analysis. He's representing the CEO of the Financial Intelligence Unit. You are welcome to this program. Mr. Kubai Musa Abba is also standing in for the Director General of the Mining Cadastral Office. So, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a copy of the program, you'll see we are going to be taking statements of commitment from a broad range of groups. Well, we're going to start from bottom to the top. And the time allotted for this is, the protocol list is not a long one here. We know that to avoid dignitaries who are here, straight to your point, I keep to 120 seconds allotted for this purpose. Let me invite the representative of the Chair Society Committee of Neiti to deliver the statement of commitment on behalf of civil society. Mr. Ebule, please.
Thank you so much. As much as possible, I will stick to the 2 minutes as advised. Let me start by appreciating the work that has gone into this meeting and everybody that is here. Thank you so much for coming. Our own expectations as civil society is that one, that with the commencement of the opening extractive in Nigeria, it will reinforce Nigeria's effort at operating an effective beneficial ownership disclosure system, especially within the extractive sector. Two, that it will provide a dependable platform for cross-country peer review and mutual support. Three, that it will create a support system for sustained company compliances and cooperation. 4, that it will establish a program for renewed civil society advocacy on beneficial ownership in Nigeria. And finally, 5, that it will integrate a citizens' response and feedback mechanism for enlightened public engagement. In view of the stated expectation, I hereby convey the civil society's commitment to the initiative and declare our readiness to be an active partner of the engagement in Nigeria. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to open ownership to continually work with all the partners that have been identified to deepen this engagement in Nigeria. Finally, it is my prayer that we succeed in our quest for optimal extractive resource management in Nigeria, more especially as the revenues from hydrocarbons become more and more uncertain in the face of the emerging global energy transition realities. May I thank all the partners again, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, AS. May God bless us. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Ebule, Civil Society, for keeping to time and bulletizing the points very useful that you have made in the statement of commitment. Let me now invite the representative of Seplat on behalf of the companies that are here represented. She's HR. She's manager in charge of CSR. Statement 120 seconds max.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting us to this event. I'll go straight to the point. Seplat, as a dual-listed company, is committed to the tenets and principles of clarity, cogency, and transparency in the extractive industry. Through the continual disclosure of beneficial ownership of shares and assets in the company and its subsidiaries, that would further foster accountability and integrity in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther HR. I was expecting a middle distance race, but she gave us a sprint. 60 meters dash. Thank you very much. And for the oil producers trade section, we have Ms. Doyi Adelabu to deliver a statement of commitment. If that was 60 meters, this could be 50 meters.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on previously established protocols. On behalf of the Oil Producers Trade Section, OPTS, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak at this official launch of Nigeria Opening Extractives. OPTS is a private sector group under the umbrella of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The 29 indigenous and international member companies operate approximately 95% of the total oil and gas production in Nigeria. So indeed, OPTS is a key stakeholder in the industry. It is our belief that through engagement with other industry stakeholders, we can together come up with practical solutions that will help Nigeria's oil and gas industry to fulfill its potential. As a member of the Neiti board, OPTS is fully committed to the principles of transparency and public and private governance to promote open and accountable management of oil, gas, and other extractive industries. We want to take advantage of this opportunity to show our support for the Nigeria Opening Extractives Program to be implemented by the Neiti Open Ownership Partnership. It is our hope that this initiative provides a further opportunity for the exchange of knowledge and ideas between industry stakeholders to identify and address potential transparency-related issues in the extractive industries. With this in mind, we hereby affirm our commitment to the implementation of the beneficial ownership transparency in Nigeria, and we look forward to working with Neiti to ensure the success of Opening Extractives Nigeria initiative. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Adelabu, for the statement of commitment. You know, there is a new race that has been introduced in recent times. The sprints used to be 60 meters, 100 meters, and 200 meters. And to an extent, they sometimes added 400 meters. But there's a new race that has been introduced, sometimes for special competitions. It's 150 meters. So I think she did 150 meters for the statement of commitment. Next on the queue will be the Registrar General of the Corporate Affairs Commission, here represented by Abdul Hakim Mohammed, who's Director in charge of compliance.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Registrar General is unavoidably absent because he is before the National Assembly defending our budget. However, he sends his greetings and wishes us happy and successful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Abdul Hakim Mohammed, thank you very much. Short and sharp. Short and sharp, nothing else to add. If you are looking for additional information, please, if you're a lawyer, you know where to go to. Go to the CAMA 2020. If you're not a lawyer, seek the services of a lawyer. You will see the issues there relating to beneficial ownership, which the ES already alluded to in its welcome address. Once again, we thank the Registrar General of the CAC. It's always participated in activities of Neiti. I recall in the lead up to developing the rules governing the beneficial ownership register. He was always an enthusiastic participant. So give our regards to him, and we appreciate his kind words. Next for us will be one of the latest CEOs in town. He's in charge of the Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission, one of the new babies out of the Petroleum Industry Act. Engineer Benga Komolafe. He's an old industry player, very experienced, and so a square peg and a square hole.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on existing protocol, I want to start by commending the Neiti for organizing this event and thank them for extending the invitation to us, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Like the anchor said, we are we are a brand new commission created by virtue of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021. Let me say, since I have just 2 minutes, to say that we are fully committed to the initiatives of Neiti, and we really commend the Neiti for upholding a good bar in ensuring transparency in the extractive industry in Nigeria. And to equally announce here that the NUPRC, that's Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, that as a matter of fact, within the our establishment, that we have gone ahead to create the beneficial open register, and now remaining and that we ensure compliance by all stakeholders. Suffice to say that we are fully committed as a commission to collaborate with Neiti in its activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Benga Komolafe, for that commitment of cooperation and collaboration with Neiti. Next, for us to get the statement of commitment will be from the Honorable Minister of Mines and Steel Development, who was to be represented by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Dr. Oluwatoyin Akinlade, who also is a member of the board of Neiti. It's a loaded board in terms of experience and competence and capacity. But as we indicated earlier, she is at the National Assembly defending the budget of her ministry. So we have here Suleiman Kabiru, excuse me, who will be delivering the statement on behalf of the Permanent Secretary. I know that you are an obedient servant and you already have a prepared speech, but please do us some favor, as much as possible, abridge it and still give us your speech in 2 minutes. Suleiman Kabiru.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. As we are all told, the Honourable Minister and the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry are presently before the Senate Committee defending the 2021 budget. I am Mohammed Kabir Suleiman, Director of Human Resource Management of the Ministry, and it's my pleasure to represent them at this August gathering. The abridged statements of commitment of the ministry goes thus. I'm pleased to announce that the Ministry of Mines and State Development and all its agencies under the supervision have since keyed into the administration and the corruption agenda and are currently implementing the beneficial ownership transparency in the mining sector. For instance, the ministry, through its agency, the Mining Cadastral Office, played active role in the creation of beneficial ownership register by Neiti, in line with the 2019 80 standard. The register put together as part of the Nigerian commitment to a more transparent and accountable governance of the extractive sector and beyond is being utilized already by the ministry. The implementation of the beneficial ownership transparency by the ministry is already yielding positive results in the mining sector by serving as a tool for effective tax collection and domestic resource utilization. Since the Mining Cadastral Office began the beneficial ownership data in its license renewal processes, its revenue collection has increased by 151% between January and May 2021 alone. On behalf of the Honourable Minister, Architect Olamide Adigbite, I wish to reiterate the ministry's commitment to the implementation of 80 in Nigeria, including beneficial ownership transparency in the mining sector. I'd like to conclude by thanking Neiti for its commitment so far in the coordination of the launch of opening extractives in Nigeria and urge all stakeholders in this process to contribute relentlessly for the success of the implementation of the beneficial ownership transparency in Nigeria. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Director Suleiman Kabir. Straight to the point, you did justice to that in 2 minutes. Thank you for that statement of commitment from the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development. Just before we invite the last statement of commitment, let me quickly recognize other persons who are here with us for this event. From ExxonMobil, we have Okodion Ozemoya. Okodion Ozemoya is representing ExxonMobil. Let's welcome him. That's one of the top 5, I believe, or top 3, top 2. Who's number 1? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ozemoya. This is particularly significant that Mr. Ozemoya has made his way to this event. I think it will also be part of the healing process for him. Let's have him and his children in our thoughts and prayers, because he was recently bereaved. He lost his wife. May her soul rest in peace. Also with us for this launch, from the Natural Resource Governance Institute, Tengi George Ikoli. Tengi George Ikoli, Nigerian Natural Resource Governance Institute, is here. We have Paul Ogu. Paul Ogu is representing Publish What You Pay Nigeria. Paul Ogu. Yes, they are a regular face at events of Neiti. And then we also have Jolayemi Thaddeus, is representing Budget. Jolayemi Thaddeus of Budget, thank you very much for being in our midst. Let me now respectfully invite the chairman of the board of Neiti, that is National Stakeholders Working Group, Barrister Olusegun Adeyemi Adekunle. He will give a statement of commitment, and thereafter we will invite the Honorable Minister of Finance to deliver the keynote speech as well as launch the opening extractives in Nigeria. Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, the Honorable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, members of the NSWG, the ES Neiti, as well as the Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, distinguished representatives of our partners, a very good morning to all of us. First, let me aggregate all the commitments that have been made by our partners this morning and adopt it as part of my statement. We note it with joy. Let me also join everybody in condoling Mr. Ozemoya and to assure him that we're with you in prayers and in our thoughts. God will comfort you. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of Neiti, I want to express our joy and to congratulate our international secretariat, the Open Ownership, the BHP Foundation, and all the partners that need extractives. This, to us, is a major milestone. It is a reality that, like several other countries, Nigeria has continued to experience significant challenges in managing reforms in the extractive sector. These challenges manifest themselves in form of the consequences, and these include significant loss of revenue, insecurity, infrastructure deficits, and most importantly, erosion of public trust. That is very costly, and it is difficult to recover. This is as a result of the secrecy in assets ownership. Ladies and gentlemen, the proliferation of anonymous companies remain one of the major obstacles in the reform process, which Neiti is leading in this sector. These unknown companies pose practical risks to the finances, security, and economic stability of countries. Neiti and our allies in the EITI are concerned over issues of money laundering, tax evasion, insecurity, and the numerous social and economic crimes associated with unknown companies that litter the entire globe. As a country, Nigeria is supposed to play her role in the global effort to find solutions that will stem these challenges so that together we shall fight the negative impacts on world peace and security. Only recently, the Neiti team had the privilege of participating in the technical sessions of the UN General Assembly held in New York, during which social and economic crime issues dominated the global discourse. The NSWG is therefore delighted on the value addition the opening exposition in the EU assures you of his unwavering commitment to opening extractives implementation as a platform to 1, build public trust, 2, build investment confidence, and 3, build growth in fair market environments in a manner that will help businesses to manage risks, especially under the Petroleum Industry Act regime. Before I end this statement, let me assure you that the NSWG will incorporate the opening extractives into the ongoing Neiti strategic plan and our annual country work plans going forward. I'm encouraged that in Neiti, the Secretariat is strong and efficient. The NSWG will therefore continue to provide the required leadership, strategic policy direction, monitoring and oversight that will ensure successful implementation. On this note, on behalf of the Neiti NSWG, I congratulate our country, the EITI, and partners for the launch of opening extractives in Nigeria, and I look forward to working together with companies, the civil society, and government agencies at all levels to ensure successful implementation. Before I leave the podium, I now have the honor and privilege of inviting the Honorable Minister of Finance, who is ably represented by the Honorable Minister of State, Budget and National Planning, Prince Clem Agba, to deliver the keynote address remotely. Honorable Minister.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the already very well established protocols. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the already very well profusely thank the sponsors protocols. The EITI. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari for considering GCFR worthy of being the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Open. Let me join other previous speakers in welcoming you to this and received briefings on what profusely thank the sponsors programs, the EITI, to the Nigerian open ownership in the next BHP 5 years, and come to the conclusion that this program will further support Nigerian inroads into beneficial ownership disclosure. As a country, the Nigerian government is ready and willing to sustain and reinforce the progress it has recorded in the implementation of beneficial ownership disclosure.
Mr. Chairman,
which is part of the
very distinguished guests, our sincere apologies for the tech glitch we are having.
Nigeria was selected as one of the pilot
playing back the recorded keynote speech of the Honorable Minister of Finance has been delivered by the Honorable Minister of State Budget and National Planning. This has been sorted out, and in a moment, we'll have the playback.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the already very well established protocols. I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me join other previous speakers in welcoming you to this epoch-making event and profusely thank the sponsors, the EITI, Open Ownership, and BHP Foundation for considering Nigeria worthy of being one of the implementing pilot countries of open extractives. I have gone through and received briefings on what this laudable program seeks to deliver to the Nigerian people in the next 5 years, and come to the conclusion that this program will further support Nigerian inroads into beneficial ownership disclosure. As a country, the Nigerian government is ready and willing to sustain and reinforce the progress it has recorded in the implementation of beneficial ownership disclosures, which is part of the ongoing reforms in the extractive industries. Nigeria was selected as one of the pilot countries of beneficial ownership disclosure since 2013. Neiti at the time developed the first set of templates used to gather information and data on who the real owners of Nigeria extractive assets were. It was a completely new era of work for Neiti. Very early in the day, identified BO disclosure as a game changer in pursuing the boundaries of transparency and accountability in our extractive industries. Neiti viewed BO transparency as a proactive measure that could be used to stem corruption and malfeasance acts in Nigeria's extractive sector. Recall also that at the time, the OML 245, the Malabu oil deal, was on the front burner. By the time we were conducting the 2012 Neiti oil and gas audit, we requested companies to disclose information on who their real owners were. As expected, we were confronted with numerous challenges and pushbacks by some of the companies. There were delays in responses and in some instances, non-compliance of BO templates by some of the companies. In other instances, some of the companies refused outrightly to fill the Neiti audit templates specifically designed for BO reporting. Other challenges that we were confronted with include discrepancies between information disclosed in BO templates and information in CAC documentation. We could not reach focal points of the companies because their records were not updated with current contact details, and some companies that were owned by other corporate entities refused to produce further information on their parent companies. However, 3 challenges stood against us like the Rock of Gibraltar. They were the perception of the companies and other stakeholders that BO disclosure was some sort of witch hunt. But we're also aware that some politically exposed persons and senior government officials used surrogates to front for them, and so it was difficult to track. And most importantly, there were no statutory obligation or law mandating BO disclosure. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 8 years after, the above scenarios have changed. I have taken time to chronicle Nigeria and specifically Neiti's journey towards beneficial ownership transparency, so we can clearly comprehend how far we have come and how much progress we have made under the EITI and Open Government Partnership Framework. Let me also take you down memory lane on President Muhammadu Buhari's commitment at the London Anti-Corruption Summit in 2016 to establish a public register of the beneficial owners of all companies operating in Nigeria. Soon after, the president in the same year signed up to the Open Government Partnership, which I currently co-chair, made definite commitment to full implementation of the Open Contracted Data Standard and also reaffirmed its commitment to the implementation of EITI. All these commitments align with the president's personal conviction and the Anti-Corruption Trust Office administration. Across the board and very evident in the way and manner government businesses are conducted, openness is being mainstreamed as the defining governance philosophy of this administration. I'm very excited to announce that Nigeria has made tremendous progress in institutionalizing beneficial ownership disclosure. We developed a roadmap that guided the development of a register of real owners of extractive assets, and in 2019, launched a beneficial ownership portal, which contains a register of all beneficiaries of the country's extractive assets. Knowing the real owners of the companies that bid for, invest in, and operate Nigerian extractive assets has practical implications for the economic growth, physical security, and human development in our country. The federal government is aware and concerned that anonymous companies remain the major obstacle in the fight against money laundering and corruption. They enable corrupt and criminal actors, often with close political connections, to hide behind the chains of companies registered in multiple jurisdictions to deny the Nigerian citizens of the benefits they should derive from their commonwealth. Government believes that access to quality beneficial ownership information and data has the capacity to strengthen accountability and transparency, which will invariably improve governance of the energy and mining revenues, support businesses, curtail corruption, stop illicit financial flows, and fight insecurity. We did not rest on our oars. Last year, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the new Companies and Allied Matters Act 2020 into law. The CAMA 2020 gives legal backing to the Corporate Affairs Commission to request entities doing business in Nigeria to mandatorily disclose persons with significant control or stake in companies. The law also enables CSC to collect and publish the information on beneficial owners so disclosed by the companies in a register of beneficial owners and stipulated sanctions for infractions. By the provisions of this law, Nigeria has institutionalized beneficial ownership reporting, thus progressing from our experimental stage in 2013 to having a law on BO disclosure in 2020. In another landmark achievement and commitment to transparency and accountability in extractive resource management, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, in August this year, assented to the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, ended over 2 decades of agitation for a reform of the legal framework for Nigeria's petroleum sector. Specifically, Section 7 of the PIA mandates the Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission, NURC, to keep a public register of beneficial ownership of licenses, leases, permits, etc., granted by the Minister of Petroleum Resources. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these 2 very important laws are being implemented now in Nigeria and will bring about a much needed favor in Nigeria's fight against corruption and overall reforms of the extractive industries. However, The federal government, through wholly committed to this cause, cannot drive these reforms nor deliver on the outcomes alone. The COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted economies of countries globally, bringing about an urgent need for inflow of revenues to tackle the very many developmental challenges. Maximizing the use of revenues from Nigeria's extractive resources is vital to mitigating the negative effects occasioned by the pandemic. Beaming the searchlight on who owns Nigeria's assets will help Nigerian government to prevent revenue leakages and maximize domestic resource mobilization in order to improve the living standards of our people through the provision of quality infrastructure like roads, healthcare services, education, and general upgrade of infrastructure. Opening Extractives is expected to support the Nigerian government to strengthen its management of the nation's natural resources, increase trust within the extractive sector, and ensure that the benefits of natural resources wealth is fed by majority of our people. I see Extractive as innovative and very timely, coming at a time when Nigeria has commenced the implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act. As we speak, the Petroleum Industry Act Implementation Steering Committee, comprising of critical stakeholders, of which Neiti has settled down to work to ensure that the right framework is put in place for the implementation of the many provisions of the Act. Already, NNPC has been incorporated as a limited liability company, while governing boards of the newly created entities, Nigeria Upstream Regulatory Commission, NURC, and Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, have been inaugurated. EIT and its partners have a vital role to play in supporting countries to adopt international best practices that have been benchmarked, while allowing individual countries relate to their contextual realities. I'm happy that the organization has risen to the occasion. I wish to urge all stakeholders in the extractive value chain to collaborate with Opening Extractives and its partners to improve the governance of Nigeria's extractive sector, which will definitely impact the quantum of revenues accruing from this sector to the Federation. With Nigeria's participation and strong support to the global launch of Opening Extractives 2 months ago, and the domestication of the program in Nigeria today, the federal government has shown its determination and resolve to imbibe and implement the principles of Opening Extractives. From the plan laid out for the program, in the next 5 years, government, companies, and civil society actors should have greater access to and use of comprehensive and reliable information about the ultimate owners of extractive industry companies facilitated through Opening Extractives. I wish to, at this junction again, reiterate the federal government of Nigeria's unequivocal commitment and support to the Opening Extractives program in Nigeria. It is my prayer that these initiatives will usher in an era of prosperity for our people and bring about the much expected and sustainable development. I hereby formally launch the Opening Extractive programs in Nigeria. Congratulations, Nigeria. Congratulations, EITI. Congratulations, Open Ownership. Thank you all for listening. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Another round of applause there. The formal national launch of Opening Extractives in Nigeria by the Honorable Minister of Finance, represented by the Honorable Minister of State, Budget and National Planning, Prince Clem Agba. So that's it. Opening Extractives, formally launched in Nigeria. Congratulations. And let's see how the ball rolls to the next 5 years. Once again, let's applaud ourselves as a country and Neiti in particular for this new assignment that you have. That will bring us to the end of the first part of today's event with the launch of the Open Extractives. There will be a technical session, actually technical sessions, after we return from the tea break. There is a lot that is embedded in the technical sessions, So for those who are interested in further details as to what the beneficial ownership transparency it's all about, and I imagine that we are all interested in this, please stay back for the technical sessions. But just before we rise from this, permit me to recognize some of the backroom staff of Neiti who have made this possible, and indeed who make possible the accomplishments of Neiti, even though the front lead, the executive secretary, is right here along with the chairman. Dr. Teochimin Donald, MNI, is director in charge of policy planning and strategy. Dr. Donald, MNI, I can see him, he's always hiding. Yes, you can see his red cap there. We also have the director, technical services. If you attend native functions, you must always see him. Dr. Dita Bassi, he will be on in one of the technical sessions later on. We also have Abdul Rahman Usman, Deputy Director in charge of internal audit, and Jay Nawumere, Deputy Director, Legal Unit. Dr. Abiodun Afolabi, very important, Deputy Director, Accounts. Deputy Director, Accounts. Let's applaud him. Aha. Mrs. Obiageli Onwara is Deputy Director in Neiti, Mrs. Obiageli Onwara, along with Mrs. Bridget Fadare, who is Head of Human Resources. So, Mr. Chairman, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to formally come to a close of this first session, there will be a group photograph. A group photograph. The most convenient way will be to stand here. There will be some on the platform, and then others who are below. Of course, all 6 who are on the platform will be part of the photograph, and those who are also on the front row will join in the group photograph. Thereafter, we take a tea break. We are doing well in terms of time, but we are right now about 32 minutes late. We're about 32 minutes late because our tea break should have ended by 11:30. So while the photograph is going on and we are taking the short tea break, let us reconvene for the technical sessions at 5 minutes before noon. 5 minutes before noon. We will reconvene for the technical sessions, and we have the opportunity of also stretching our legs. The tea break is just outside where you registered. You find the tea stand there. Mr. Chairman, please kindly lead the other members for the group photograph. I want to call it. We said we're going to start at 5 minutes. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are set to commence the technical sessions with presentations and interactive sessions. We're expecting 3 presentations, each of them lasting no more than 10 minutes. And then we'll have the interactive session taking also 10 minutes. We will proceed by first taking all 3 presentations. So if you have comments, questions, or observations, kindly note them in the course of the 3 presentations. And thereafter, we will have the interactive session lasting 10 minutes. So the time delimited for the technical session, that's to say the 3 papers, and the interactive session will be 40 minutes. If we could do it in less time and still compress into it all the ideas that the presentations contain, that would be wonderful. But before we begin with the technical sessions, we will have a 3-minute presentation on what opening extractives is like worldwide. This is to give us an overview. Ordinarily, we should have taken this at the opening ceremony, but unfortunately, the flash just arrived, and so we're still taking advantage of it because it will provide for us a lead-in to the technical session. There are 3 presentations. One will be on the beneficial ownership transparency in the extractives sector, the journey so far. That will be presented by Dr. Dita Bassi, who is Director Technical of Neiti. We will have the second presentation on company and corporate-wide beneficial ownership transparency. Looking ahead, this will be by the Corporate Affairs Commission. We earlier indicated that the CAC is defending their budget today. So the representative whom, of course, you saw, we earlier introduced, and then you saw the opening ceremony presentation. Then the last paper will be on beneficial ownership reporting and tackling illicit financial flows. This will be coming from the Financial Intelligence Unit. And the presentation will be by the head of the Mining, Oil and Maritime Investigation Section, that's of the NFIU. Earlier also during the interactive session, during the opening session, we had the presenter. So all 3 presenters are here with us, 10 minutes at max for each of the presentations. And for those who are still outside, kindly advise them to please rejoin because we are kicking off right now.
Extractive companies is key to solving this problem and ensuring citizens benefit from their country's natural resources. That's why EITI and open ownership are
What if ideas remained ideas? Buildings would be blueprints, products.
On behalf of the EITI, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to today's Transparency Matters webinar, and greetings to our moderator,
any form of discrepancy or corruption that we find in the system, we also make that through our reports in terms of policy dialogue or recommendations in our report. We also do what's also unique about EITI process in Nigeria. We also, apart from looking at the money that has been received, how has this money been utilized? Accountability of government revenues received, especially those that have to do directly from the extractive sector. This informs us our audit that we call a resource disbursement audit, which is one of the unique things that we do in Neiti. And also, based on the mandate that we have in the Neiti Act, we're also to ensure that any new thing that comes into play in the EITI process, evolution of the EITI standards or development, we also take that into account and implement it as the National Secretariat for the EITI implementation. Next. So what's the EITI principles? This, the EI, like I said, the EITI, which everybody has been talking about, is based on the premise that whatever resources the people have is held in trust by the government, and for the government to use it for sustainable development for the well-being of the society and for the citizens. So EITI is looking at the prudent management of natural resources revenues. How is this revenue managed? Are companies paying what to pay, and is government utilizing these revenues for what is required for them? And the EITI is based on 3 tripods: the government, civil society, and companies. They make up the constitution of what we call the stakeholder working group, which we have seated in front here, being members of the NSWG. If you notice, we have people from various stakeholder groups in terms of civil society and representation of the people. We have people from the government side, and then we have people also from company being in the board and decide on what happened. They constitute what we call the NSWG, and it's based on consensus. It is also recommended that, based on the EITI on beneficial ownership, the EITI standard, 2019 standard, mandated us to report on beneficial ownership. But we had to look at what's the definition of beneficial ownership based on the EITI definition. A beneficial owner is, in respect of company, means a natural person. It means the person must be natural, must be identifiable, living person who directly or indirectly ultimately owns or controls the corporate entity in terms of, even if he has the control he has directly or indirectly. And the threshold that we adopted for ours is 5%. It means when anybody has a percentage of 5% and above will, based on our definition, capture as a beneficial owner in that. It is recommended that implementing countries maintain a publicly available register. This is what we try to do based on our validation that we had to come in then. Like, you know, there's a process whereby based on our validation, we're supposed to have that public register in place by 2019. So what we did is that, let's look at the commitments on BO implementation. Then I'll look at what we did in terms of our own implementation of BO based on Neiti's perspective. Like I said earlier on, under the EITI, we're obligated to report on beneficial ownership for the extractive sector, which our mandate covers, and also under the OGP, Open Government Partnership. The president in May 2016 at the Corruption Summit committed Nigeria to that OGP initiative. In December 2016, Nigeria also joined the Open Government Partnership and submitted a national action plan that prioritizes establishing of a BO register for all companies operating in Nigeria. Like I said earlier on, the EITI standard of 2016 mandated all implementing countries to develop a publicly accessible beneficial ownership register for all extractive company sectors by December 2019. This is what was required of us based on the EITI commitment, and we had to do that to take care of this. And also, the vice president on an EITI event in Jakarta during the EITI beneficial ownership also made a commitment that we will have the register ready before then. So the road forward, what have we done so far? Nigeria was one of the 12 implementing countries that was like I said, we're trailblazers in the EITI process. So we're picked as one of the pilots for beneficial ownership disclosure. We hosted the EITI Anglophone and Lusophone to look at what is the definition of BO, how can we be able to achieve BO implementation, and look at even the definition and the roadmaps to establish BO. That was what was done with where there's a peer review conference in terms of other countries from the region. Like I said earlier on, we conduct annual audits for covering oil and gas and solid mineral, which is what our mandate covers. During this audit process, we usually send out templates to companies to collect information on beneficial ownership disclosure. Who are your beneficial ownership based on the definition of what we said? We based on our definition of beneficial ownership. So we collected this data from companies. We went a step further to say that, okay, as you are providing this data, you swear to an affidavit or by the company secretary, you list, the onus is on you now to list all your own, if you have your ownership structure, who are the owners of the company, if there's somebody behind the veil that operates on this company, or is a politically exposed person, you must list all of them and sign by the company secretary that these are the actual beneficial owners of the company, based on our definition. We also had a working group with the regulators in the oil and gas and the mining sector. For the oil and gas, then we worked with the formed DPR. We had a strategic working group with them since they are the regulators for the oil and gas. While for the solid mineral sector, we worked with Nigeria, the mining cadastre office, who are the ones that give license for the mining sector for it to operate. And we had a working team, technical working group on how we can be able to get information from companies as the regulators. They should also form part of that regulation, as any company registering or updating its records must provide information on BO. We also leverage on the CAMA that was repealed. The new CAMA Act has made it mandatory now for BO collection, which CAC is supposed to have a beneficial ownership register come into play, which I think they will talk about that themselves. But for us, we were able to beat our deadline of 2019. We had to do something on our own. And based on the information that we had, data that we had on our companies that we've worked on, we restricted the information to only extractive companies that are operational. So we had a beneficial ownership portal launched in December 2019, with register has 181 beneficial owners for 49 oil and gas companies that are in our website, in our BO portal, which is still active, and 250 beneficial owners in 76 solid mineral companies that are producing, that were captured within that period. So what's the benefit? What are the benefits of BO in transparency? Like I said, which everybody has been talking about. Somebody mentioned about the Malibu keys and everything. If we had a BO portal, that would not have happened. So it's a tool for curbing corruptions, whereby because you are holding in trust, government office in trust, you can't allocate license to yourself. And I think that is one of the importance of having a BO. Also, the problem of illicit financial flows, or money laundering and tax evasion and capital flight. This is also with a very effective beneficial ownership disclosure portal. It will also eliminate or reduce that to a certain extent. Resource mobilization, which is something that's very important for us in terms of encouraging revenue investment into the sector. Citizen engagement. Once you know who owns certain assets, people can engage on that and even ask critical questions on how they were able to get those assets because of their offices, or however people can critique on that. And it also builds business confidence because they know that it's a level playing ground. Everybody can get access to that license on a level playing ground without having to go to any other person. And the people in authority don't have undue influence in getting license for themselves. Ensure good governance of natural resources and increase trust and accountability for the sector. We also identified areas of improvement in the sector, in our BO portal that when we had. When we had the portal launched, we had a mid-term review of what we've done. We had meetings with anti-corruption agencies and other active users of that. We found out that we could employ technology, including tools of unifying. You all know that we have set all various biodata of people scattered all around. We need to integrate that into one and harmonize this data into one information portal. BVN is there, you still have your name and everything. We need to integrate that with our BO portal so that the actual person is known with that. We also have a problem of reliability and validation of data provided. Like I said, we rely on trust of the companies, for the company secretaries or the companies that provide this information. Even if they sign an oath, swear to an oath, we don't have any mechanism of cross-checking or verifying all of this data to know that it's the actual one. We rely on their information. We also identify and establish the ultimate beneficial owner. Yes, like, somebody might be a proxy for someone and his name is one in the front and with documents and everything. The actual owner, to what level do we need to drill down to get to the actual beneficial owner? We follow the money. It's a good thing that my friend is here from NFIU. You can follow the money and you can see the transaction. Ultimately, the money from that company ends up somewhere with someone. We also need to have an independent research on BO data to expose cronies of that's politically exposed people and increase public awareness. Improving the service and overall functionality of the Neiti portal. We need to also have extensive sensitization and public enlightenment, and also establish common reporting standard for companies according to fact, after, and the rest. Where we are today, Nigeria has been adjudged to have made meaningful progress on the implementation of BO, based on what we did last time on the last verification. EIT about mission of 10th June 2021. We have also worked with the defunct DPR and MCO to facilitate integration of beneficial ownership screening into their license allocation process and development of beneficial ownership register in their sector. Yes, for you now to go to MCO to register or to acquire license or to renew your license, you must fill a form declaring who are your beneficial owners for MCO. That's for mining cadastre. Or anybody looking for license in the mining sector now, you are obligated to do that. We've gone far with DPR in terms when defunct DPR to also have a regulation that whenever you're renewing you're paying your annual fees, you must fill a form on who are your beneficial owners. And they also were working on a portal, which we were at the advanced stage of about to launch, but because of the issue of the uncertainty based on the PIA now, we also had to realign what we have done with them. But on the long term, the native BO portal is just a stopgap. Once the CAC portal comes in life, or the DPR, they are based on the new CAMA will submerge our own data to their own, because they will have a comprehensive list of all companies that are operating. But we also have a dilemma, because we're due for validation in 2022, and still will be judged based on our BO. So on the interim, we're also updating our BO portal to update it as much as possible for us to be up to date. It's better to be safe than sorry, for us to also have a backup plan. That's why we'll be working with our own. We've not subdued our own yet. We've commitment on the open extractive. That's why we're all here. We've seen the commitment from the Minister of Finance, represented by Minister of State. He made a commitment on our being part of the open extractive on June 24th, 2001. The Minister of State Budget Planning represented the Minister of Finance and National Planning at the launch of the Global Beneficial Owners Transparency Implementation Forum. And also, we are also champions. Neiti and our ES is one of the EITI global champions for BO implementation countrywide. And also, at the meeting, the Nigerian Minister of State conveyed Nigeria's full commitment to the open extractive program. And I think that you've seen a confirmation of that in his statement that was made during this this event earlier on in the session. Next. So recommendations and way forward. I think you all you agree with me that there needs to be more synergy between most of the actors, especially the corruption agencies on beneficial ownership and with federal government, with various government agencies. We need to work closely with the regulators in the sector. It's a good thing that the new person on upstream petroleum commission is also here, working with them further on the EIT, on the beneficial ownership on the oil and gas sector. We also have representatives from the MCU and the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development being here, and also anti-corruption agencies represented here. We need to work in harmony and see how we can be able to implement and integrate our BO to be a much more dynamic tool for whatever we want to use it for in terms of anti-corruption or in terms of advocacy. We can also data simplification to make data more user-friendly. The portal, when you click on our BO portal, you'll be able to have information. You can be able to see information on, you can see along the spectrum of companies that he's operating in. If he has interest in 4 or 5 companies, it will be able to filter up all of those things. So it makes data, we also need to have a more way, especially for researchers and for people that want to do advocacy on it, how we can be able to make the data more user-friendly. Also, like I said, part of the PIA now, a provision has been made for beneficial ownership disclosure. So it's also now, how can we actualize that into making it into action? It's good to have a law in this, but how to implement it practically? And the definition of BO and definition of BO and how to drill down on how many levels of drilling we need to do. Already, the PIA Implementation Steering Committee has also noted that, and we're working on that. We also need to have a clear understanding of the provision of the PIA as it affects the BO implementation, and also has that of the CAMA 2020. We need to harmonize those ones and need to have information for those two provisions of the new laws that we have. Like I said, we need to have sufficient interagency collaboration, especially anti-corruption agencies, and IMTT, that's Interministerial Tax Team, and IATT partnership we need to do in terms of harmonizing all of these things. And the biggest hurdle that we need to have is how can we sustain the political will for the PO to be implemented comprehensively? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Dr. Dita Bassi, Director of Technical of Neiti, for giving us background information on Neiti itself, as well as the journey so far on the beneficial ownership transparency. But I gave him additional time so that he could leverage on that and tell us some more about Neiti for those who may not be familiar with what Neiti is and what it stands for and what it has done. Dr. Dita Bassi, geologist, former lecturer, thank you very much for that presentation. The next one will be coming from the Corporate Affairs Commission, and it will be on the company and corporate-wide beneficial ownership transparency looking ahead. This will be delivered by Abdul Hakim Mohammed, who is Director of Compliance. Earlier, when he was given a statement of commitment, it was short and sharp. So I presume also on this occasion, he will be shorter and sharper.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The paper is talking about the status of beneficial ownership implementation in Nigeria. Background. The concept of beneficial ownership in Nigeria started gaining prominence over a decade ago in the drive to implement FAFT recommendations on money laundering and financial terrorism. Nigeria's subscription to the membership of international organizations such as Extractives, Transparency Initiative, and Open Government Partnership was the turning point in our drive to implement beneficial ownership disclosure. This was further underscored by the pronouncement of Mr. President at the London Anti-Corruption Summit in 2016 that Nigeria will introduce a public register of beneficial ownership. Who is a beneficial owner? The FATF 2014 guidance on transparency and beneficial ownership. A beneficial owner in respect of a company means the natural person or persons who directly, ultimately owns or controls the corporate entity. FATF recommendations of beneficial ownership. Are 24 countries to ensure that there is adequate, accurate, and timely information on beneficial ownership and control of legal persons that can be obtained or assessed in a timely fashion by competent authorities. To ensure that legal persons and arrangements are prevented from misuse of money laundering, financing of terrorism, and beneficial ownership information is available to competent authorities. Relevance of beneficial ownership. It checks crime. It helps businesses know who they are doing business with. It helps businesses and consumers protect themselves, and it saves money. Legal framework on beneficial ownership in Nigeria. The KAMA 2020 was assented to by Mr. President on August 7, 2020. The act widened the concept of beneficial ownership to cover persons with significant control. It is pertinent to mention the new provisions modeled after the United Kingdom concept, which deals with the wider framework of control of corporate entities as opposed to the narrow definition of ownership. These provisions are in form of obligations of disclosure on persons, companies, and limited liability partnerships, LLPs, of information on persons with significant control directly or indirectly in the companies or limited liability partnerships. The Act obligates such persons to notify the companies or limited liability partnership, as the case may be, of such significant control within 7 days of obtaining such control. Companies and limited liability partnerships are in turn obligated to notify the Commission of such persons and the particulars of such control within 30 days. Companies and limited liability partnerships are further obligated to enter information received from such persons against their respective particulars in their register of members, while the Commission is required to maintain a register where such information or changes therein received from companies and limited liability partnerships are entered. Section 119 and Section 791 of the Act contains provisions that deal with the disclosure of persons with significant control information in a company and LLP respectively. Section 119 of the Act provides as follows. Notwithstanding the provisions of Section 120 of this Act, every person with significant control over a company shall, within 7 days of becoming such a person, indicate to the company in writing the particulars of such control. 2, a company, after receiving or coming into possession of the information required under subsection 1 of this section, shall not later than 1 month from the receipt of the information or any change therein notify the Commission of that information, provided that a company shall in every annual return disclose the information required under subsection 1 of the section in respect of the year for which the return is made. The Commission shall maintain a register of persons with significant control in which it shall enter the information received from the company or any change therein under subsection 2 of this section. A company shall inscribe against the name of every member in the register of members the information received in pursuance of the requirements of this section. If default is made by any person or company in complying with subsections 1, 2, and 4 of this section, the person or company and every officer of the company shall be liable to such fines as the Commission may prescribe by regulation for every day during which the default continues. Similar provisions are contained in section 791 of the Act with respect to limited liability partnership. It is pertinent to mention that penalty provided under section 119 subsection 5 relates to situation of non-disclosure. By section 86 subsection 1 of CAMA 2020, if any person in any return, report, certificate, balance sheet, or other documents required by or for the purpose of any of the provisions of the Act willfully makes a statement which is false in any material particular, knowing it to be false, he commits an offense and is liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term of 2 years. And in the case of a company, to fine as the court deems fit for every day the default continues. Section 868 of the Act defines persons with significant control as any person directly or indirectly holding at least 5% of the shares or interests in a company or limited liability partnership. B, directly or indirectly holding at least 5% of the voting rights in a company or LLP. C, directly or indirectly holding the right to appoint or remove majority of the directors or partners in a company or LLP. Otherwise, having the right to exercise or actually exercising significant influence or control over a company or LLP. E, having the right to exercise or exercising significant influence or control over the activities of a trust or firm, whether or not it is a legal entity, but would itself satisfy one of the first conditions if it were an individual. Implications of the changes made on beneficial ownership under CAMA 2020. Under the repealed CAMA 1990, there was no obligation to file on beneficial ownership with the Commission. Section 94 of CAMA 1990 provided that a public company may, by a notice in writing, require any member of the company within such a reasonable time as is specified to indicate in writing the capacity in which he holds any shares in the company. And if he holds them other than as beneficial owner, to indicate in writing the particulars of the identity of persons interested in the shares in question, and whether persons interested in the same shares are parties to any agreement or arrangement relating to the exercise of any rights offered by the holding of the shares. The new legal framework under sections 119 and section 791 and 868 of the 2020 CAMA have the following implications. The changes have imposed obligations on persons with significant control to provide the information on persons with significant control. Company is also obligated to furnish the Commission with information on persons with significant control within a specified period. C, the CSC is required to maintain a register of persons with significant control. D, the provisions applies to all types of companies, limited and limited liability partnership. E, the general consensus amongst relevant stakeholders informed the decision to settle for a lower disclosure threshold of 5% of the shares or interest or voting rights in a company or limited liability partnership. F, by section 861 subsection 1, the Commission is required to preserve all documents delivered to it. No time frame is prescribed for such preservation. G, section 864, on the other hand, provides that companies, firms, and corporate bodies registered under the Act shall retain documents stored in pursuance of the provisions of the Act in soft copies for 6 years from the date of the storage. Third-party rights in beneficial ownership. We have been repeatedly hearing of beneficial ownership and the requirement that companies should confirm beneficial ownership of the third parties, vendors, and suppliers. Similarly, there is increasing pressure from regulators and law enforcement agencies to identify the possibly unravel beneficial ownership when dealing with business partners. There is therefore no gainsaying the fact that for an effective third-party due diligence to be carried out, a robust electronic register of persons with significant control that will allow for timely access to information of persons with significant control by interested persons and organizations is essential. Section 861 sub 1 of KAMA 2020 requires the Commission to preserve all documents delivered to it under the Act. By Section 861 subsection 2 of KAMA 2020, any person may on application to the Commission be permitted to inspect the documents kept under subsection 1 on payment of a copy or extract of any such document to be certified by the Commission on payment of the prescribed fee. As a deliberate policy, the Commission has been providing information maintained by it at no cost to law enforcement and anti-corruption agencies, foreign embassies in Nigeria, media houses, and federal government organizations. In line with Nigeria's commitments under the Open Government Partnership, Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, and the FATF recommendations, the Commission intends to provide persons with significant control beneficial ownership information to third parties gratis. This is in line with global best practice. The Commission is receiving a grant of $400,000 from the World Bank under the OGP Multi-Donor Fund for the design, development, and deployment of electronic register of persons with significant control that will be publicly be made available. The Commission has designed the relevant forms to provide for the disclosure requirements in collaboration with open ownership, beneficial ownership, and data privacy. Globally, the attraction to promote greater transparency about ownership of companies for far more outweigh the urge to protect the interests of anonymous ultimate beneficial owners. The debate to allow politically exposed persons the option to conceal certain information that is considered personal has no accommodation in Nigerian law. The domestic legal standard requires that beneficial ownership must be disclosed as an obligation. Exception that may warrant restriction must be justifiable as provided in Regulation 17 of the Companies Regulation 2021, which talks about protected or personal information. Thus, information classified as protected can be considered for restriction, especially where there is a threat of imminent danger to life, or is target of extremists, or is involved in security, defense, or law enforcement activities, or any information that will lead to compromise safety for an individual or his status. Any application of such restriction must be justified by evidence that can be verified. Note that when the grant of any restriction, information shall be granted to designated public authorities or law enforcement agents as provided by Section 326 and 328 of KAMA 2020. The public register of beneficial ownership, even though new in this jurisdiction, will go a long way in effectively tackling financial crime, instill a culture of transparency in governance by allowing the public to have an oversight and scrutiny on companies, therefore creating efficiency and confidence by foreign authorities. Prospects and challenges in combating corruption. Nigeria under President Muhammadu Buhari has been recognized globally as the Africa proponent of war against corruption, which has become an epidemic and an ugly facet of every societal and political life. It has been identified as one of the banes of the country's economic growth, good government, and administrative advancement of the country. Corruption is persistent, cancerous phenomenon which bedevils Nigeria. Misappropriation, bribery, embezzlement, nepotism, and money laundering by public officials have permeated the fabric of the society. It is estimated that corruption accounts for 20% of the GDP of Nigeria. Beneficial ownership disclosure can therefore be used as a tool for fighting corruption in Nigeria in the following ways. To enhance corporate transparency with regards to ownership and control of companies and LLPs, thereby infusing greater disclosure, clarity, and accuracy into their communications with stakeholders. To prevent asset shielding which tends to protect assets of individuals and business entities from civil money judgments, thereby insulating assets from claims of creditors without perjury or tax evasion. To help in combating money laundering, terrorism, financing, and other illicit of criminal activities using companies and limited liability partnerships as vehicles. The way forward. Companies interact with large number of entities in the outside world, such as customers, third-party intermediaries, and vendors, and suppliers, just to name a few. These relationships are the livelihood of a company. In today's world, companies have to know with whom they are dealing, not just the name of the company, not just the officers of the company, they are the beneficial owners of the customer, the third party intermediary, the vendor, and the supplier. Anti-corruption sanctions and money laundering requirements demand that one needs to collect and analyze this information. Starting with the anti-corruption laws, a company must identify third-party intermediaries and vendors and suppliers that may include foreign government owners. The presence of a government official is a big red flag that has to be addressed to prevent a corrupt to the foreign official, controls and compliance remission to.
Thank you very much, Abdul Hakim Mohammed, Director in charge of compliance at the Corporate Affairs Commission. Thank you, and thank you again. I had thought that your presentation was going to be shorter and sharper. I was wrong. So this has been longer, but still sharp, informative, detailed. We appreciate your presentation on behalf of the Registrar General of the Corporate Affairs Commission. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. I do hope that you are noting your points, because after the third and final presentation, we will have the interactive session. If there are questions you have, if there are concerns that you have, if there are suggestions with regard to the more efficacious utilization of the beneficial ownership transparency issues, you could then raise them. The third one is BO reporting, that's beneficial ownership reporting and tackling illicit financial flows. This will be presented by an official of the Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. Jeremiah Ushaka, who is head of mining, oil, and maritime investigation issues in NFIU. Is he here? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Secretary, Neiti, permit me to stand on existing protocol. The NFIU, as you know, is the coordinating body for the Nigerian anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. So we're very happy to be associated with the Open Extractive project. I would not bore you with the introduction, mandate, and progress and what we intend to do because of the time. As you all know, corporate vehicles as entities, in terms of companies, limited liability companies, partnerships, and trust, are some of the vehicles that can be misused for money laundering, bribery, and corruption, and illicit financial flows. This is because of anonymity in which Japan to understand that we're looking at corporate bodies because of our threshold report. As an FIU, our reports come in currency transaction reports in terms of 5 million for individual and 10 million for a body corporate. But we're very much, which was fixed by the National Assembly. So 5 million for individual and 10 million for a body corporate. That is the financial footprint that is on our record in Nigeria of every individual and body corporate. As you well know, there's nothing wrong in corporate vehicles. Corporate vehicles are an essential part of a capitalist or a mixed economic system. People must run companies and carry out activities, but they are subject to misuse. And this is what we'll be looking at now. And an example is yesterday's conviction of somebody who took our pension fund, our pension monies. One of the vehicles he used was an entity, a corporate vehicle, to take out the money to buy and I was living a life. I'll start by saying what about the FIU, what we do at the FIU. As you know, the FIU is the sole national agency for the receipt analysis and dissemination of financial intelligence report to competent law enforcement authorities. Put the FIU in the middle and put law enforcement on your left, or rather put the private entities, financial institutions, and the stated non-financial institutions on your left-hand side. The FIU in the middle as the intermediary or the buffer between them and the law enforcement. So what the FIU would do is, rather than law enforcement go to, that law enforcement include EFCC, the police, NDLA, customs, and ICPC, instead of them going to different banks or financial institutions to get information, they come to the FIU of Nigeria, which is a sole national agency that has all transactions, and we're able to feed them this report rather than them going. And also we're able to do the analysis for them in terms of transaction analysis on statements of accounts of entities and even monies moving outside the country. The FIU is part of the Egmont Group, which is one of the elite groups that we're able to interact and exchange information with 167 countries without a mutual legal assistance treaty. So our rule is to ensure that there's no bad money in Nigeria. We're combating money laundering and terrorism financing day by day. Our outstanding staff and personnel are capable and willing to do this work over the years. We're established by the FIU Act 2018 after getting autonomy from the Economic and Financial Crime Commission. We also draw our powers from Section 3 of the FIU Act and Section 29 of the Financial Action Task Force. As you know, the FATF is a global standard setter of money laundering and terrorism financing. It's established in 1989 by the G7 to give best practice and standards to money laundering and terrorism financing. Now, if we look at the issue of beneficial ownership, which is very important to us, people try to hide their identities and illicit funds. They run through various corporate vehicles, which we have earlier said. Our role as an FIU is to follow the money within Nigeria and outside the country. So we're very much part of this open initiative. We also want to verify the transactions that go on here. If the register is open, then it behoves us, it's incumbent on us intelligence unit to check our database, our own database that has everyone's transaction information given us. We are also interested in the fact that this country was assessed. We have a mutual evaluation, which is drawn from a review of the country that tells us where we are in terms of the MLCFT framework in Nigeria. Immediate outcome 5 talks about the review of how well these legal persons and legal arrangements are prevented from misuse. This is being drawn from FATF recommendation 24 and 25 that talks about countries taking measures to ensure that the legal persons are not being misused and legal arrangements for money laundering and terrorism financing purposes. So it's important to understand that our immediate outcome 5 had issues as regards bill. Measures must be in place in Nigeria. Let me quote them verbatim. That must require companies to provide basic and beneficial ownership information upon registration. This was one of our evaluations when mutual evaluation was done on this country to ensure that we are meeting up. And when changes occur, to ensure that the information is up to date. As you can see, CAC is required to proactively verify the identity of the against other sources. So what source do we say that the CAC will use to verify? If CAC releases beneficial ownership, CAC must have a record, which is like the Financial Intelligence Unit or some other record to verify what it has actually published. Same thing with the extractive ownership report, which we have. So it's important that we have a place where we can confirm to proactively verify the identity of the beneficial owners against other sources, and to subject companies that fall short of these obligations to dissuasive and administrative and criminal sanctions for both the company and its representative. They must also make the database searchable. That database is also expected to be searchable under email outcome 5, and that it should be accessible to competent authorities. The measures will serve to prevent legal persons and legal arrangements from being used for criminal purposes, to make legal persons and legal arrangements sufficient and transparent, and to ensure that accurate and up-to-date basic and beneficial information is available. We are still looking at 24 and 25, the effectiveness of these measures. As we are being updated, the CAC actually maintains a public available registry that contains basic information of companies. The CAC has also developed a database that's open to select agencies. I will not bore you with that because the previous presenter has spoken about that. But what is important to us is that we should be able to check the CAC's assets, which we have, and confirm with our transaction records, and be able to identify the actual beneficial owner in the transaction involving a body corporate or entity. Also, financial institutions designated non-financial professionals. Remember that they as gatekeepers, chartered accountants, lawyers, jewelers, and even real estate dealers are supposed to file their reports from SCUMO to us, the Special Control Unit on Money Laundering. So we expect that we should be able to ensure that the information on the beneficial owners coming from that sector, the real estate sector, that is very vulnerable, which is being fed to us, we can actually verify the actual beneficial owners. Also, looking at what happened in December 29, when Neiti launched the beneficial ownership register, which has now found statutory backing in CAMA 2020, the Act has also created an obligation to disclose the particulars of the shareholders with significant control, and also provided in Section 120 that a person with substantial shareholder in a public company with shares at least 5% or restricted voting right is required to disclose such holding. We must also give kudos to the banks that the form of open, transparency has actually started already. When the banks were already, when you open an account to the bank, and the bank gets basic KYC, in line with what the FATF talks about, getting customer due diligence and KYC. That was also, the banks go further by contacting legal persons who go to do searches on those companies with CAC and provide those reports. But it's also not just what the bank is doing at that point in time, but how the FI is able to confirm the actual owners of those companies. In addition, what has the FIU of Nigeria done? The FIU has done a lot to mitigate money laundering and terrorism financing crimes and facilitate the unveiling of beneficial ownership. The following are some of our efforts to enhance beneficial ownership and mitigate illicit financial flows in this country, the movement of funds. The example I gave of the person who took our pension fund, and the major multinational companies are involved in over-invoicing and under-invoicing of. The units have signed an MOU with Neiti. This was in October 2021. This move is to promote domestic cooperation and facilitate financial investigation. By signing this MOU with Neiti, we want to work more with them, look at their reports, and produce more actionable intelligence to law enforcement. With the creation of my own unit, mining, oil, and maritime crime, to look at transactions on sectoral basis, query the database of every transaction in Nigeria as regards this sector, and identify who are the beneficial owners, who are the people hiding under this veil of these companies, and the law enforcement to either prosecute them or make demands for them in terms of tax. So definitely, we look at the CTRs, the basic transactions, which are 5 million for individual and 10 million corporate, and the suspicious transaction reports. If the bank feels that there's something suspicious going on in that account, the bank files a report to the Financial Intelligence Unit. The creation of a unit called the Major Multinationals and Local Companies Department. This is sadly, we're looking at these issues of trade over-invoicing, mis-invoicing, and issue of capital flights and IFFC, which we are talking about. The Unit in Line Recommendation 1 and Section 22 of the FIU Act conducts the National Risk Assessment Report. The National Risk Assessment Report identifies vulnerabilities in the country's AML framework and the counter-financing of terrorism framework. Are we doing the right thing? One of the weaknesses I spoke with Dr. Mike of EIT then when he was in Foster was that the extractive sector was never covered in the last 2016 report. So there's a need for us to work with them to cover the extractive sector. What are the vulnerabilities in the extractive sector as regards money laundering and terrorism financing and counter-proliferation financing? We must always add that now as the standards are. So we have also looked at the fact that the Union Recommendation 1 and Recommendation 23 of NFIU Act conducts the national risk assessment to identify and mitigate risks of money laundering. The following findings of the report identify the legal persons, that was a weakness in the 2016 report, that legal persons and legal persons arrangements are of high risk. The unit is currently in the process of conducting the 2021 report, which we're about to carry out to identify gaps and share relevant stakeholders to proffer solutions to this. Possible thoughts of enhancing BOI, beneficial ownership transparency. When we look at continuous national and international collaboration, like what we're doing here today, and coordination among stakeholders in BOI investigations, we're looking at harmonizing BOI registers to foster joint investigations. We have engaged mining cadastre. We'll be using their own register. We've looked at that of the DPR, which is a defunct DPR, and we'll be working already on that and Neiti's own. But let us harmonize the beneficial ownership registers in the country. We want access to your back-end information on crime investigation agencies to facilitate BOI investigations, the back-end reports. We want to encourage the passage of the process of crime act, POCA. POCA is very important as a deterrent for illicit financial flows, to facilitate asset recovery and the utilization of stolen assets for national development. These stolen assets impede us in different ways. Development can't move, schools are not being built, vaccines and healthcare and infrastructure. Engage in more bilateral meetings and agreements to BOI transparency and recovery and return of stolen assets. Strengthen sensitization measures to educate stakeholders, agencies on legal and regulatory framework of the BOI and asset recovery. Conduct capacity building of staff of relevant stakeholders agencies to enhance BOI transparency in Nigeria. In conclusion, the FIU, which is a very important part of Nigeria's macroeconomic value chain, looking at the fact that bad money must not exist in Nigeria, illicit funds must not leave this country, is very much interested in what we are doing here today. We serve as that buffer between the banks, which are the private entities, and the law enforcement. So our role is to make sure that illicit financial flows don't continue in this country. Beneficial ownership information is readily available and it helps us to churn out our reports. In conclusion, Nigeria has made a lot of possible efforts to ensure transparency in beneficial ownership. However, there exists a great room for improvement. This improvement comes in the fact that Neiti must try to collaborate with CAC to harmonize their beneficial ownership databases, that national one easily accessible database will strengthen all the agencies to fight against illicit financial flows. Finally, the launch of global opening extractive in Nigeria is another giant step, a giant leap in the right direction, and it's hoped that to usher in a new era of transparency and beneficial ownership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeremiah Ushaka of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit for that walkthrough on beneficial ownership reporting and tracking illicit financial flows. So we are in the interactive session, and I would invite questions. We have had 3 presentations, questions, comments, and suggestions on the 3 topics that are interrelated. The first one was on BO transparency in the extractive sector. The journey so far, that was by Dr. Dita Bassi of Neiti. We also had company and corporate-wide beneficial ownership transparency looking ahead, but also providing the details of the beneficial ownership transparency in CAMA 2020. That was done by the Registrar General, represented by Director of Compliance of CAC, Abdul Hakim Mohammed, and just last now, BO reporting and tracking illicit financial flows. So if you have any comments, questions, or suggestions, kindly signify by raising up your hand, and once you are tapped, please give us your name and your affiliation and make your intervention short and sharp.
Yeah, good afternoon, participants. Let me start from the presentation that is very fresh, the one that has just been finished. In your presentation, sir, you spoke about the role of banks in trying to stop illicit financial flows. And you copiously made references to the situation of somebody taking our pension funds and doing kalakalu all over the place. Now, you remember that the judge really indicted the banks in that arrangement because they also indicted the EFCC for not joining the banks in the charge that they leveled against the culprit. Now we want to find out if you are talking about illicit financial flows, and you seem to have suggested that the private sector through the banks can also help to stop this thing. With what is happening now, do you still believe that the banks can also help us in doing that? Because there seems to be complicit in this situation. We know the owners of the banks. We don't know the relationship that they had with the culprit that we are talking about now, using the sister-in-law and the other people to cover the tracks of the person. So how do we, in the situation that we have now, use the system that we are trying to set up to curb illicit financial flows? Budo is my name.
Your affiliation?
Okay, I work for Media TrackNet and Neiti. Neiti is Media Initiative for Transparency and Accountability in the extractive industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another comment or question before we... All right, NFIU, please respond to that, and then we'll take another comment or question.
Thank you very much for that question. I really appreciate it. The banks, the judge actually said that the banks were complicit, and I think the first thing the FIU would do is to understand, is to go back to his record and look at what is our own mandate. So I'll speak for my own office. Currency transaction reports are statutory reports. Daily, every bank pulls out transactions on 5 million, anybody who does a transaction above 5 million, and 10 million body corporate. Now, the question is, did the banks file for currency transaction reports automatic? The bank's in-house software spools that out and sends to the FIU automatically. For suspicious transaction reports, which is even 1,000 naira, when you talk of terrorism financing, it's not a threshold-based report. For funding terrorism, 1,000, that is enough for you to file an STR. The question from the FIU perspective is, did the bank file the report to the FIU on the transactions in the pension man's money? Okay, he's convicted on Abdurrashid Maynard's transactions. So that's where we'll go back to. But now we're learning and we're evolving. As transactions, as activities go on, that is why these transactions happened before 2018, before the FIU. Now the FIU has been broken down into sectors, or departments rather. So everybody's looking at, I am held accountable for the extractive sector in Nigeria. And my team of over 20 staff and more. So our own is to mine daily and look at transactions in that sector. So going forward, the unit charged with looking at transactions, maybe with that pension, will follow that trail. Remember, our mandate is follow the money. So I will not speak for an action that has happened prior to the establishment of the FIU in 2018. I'll speak about actions that have happened after the FIU has been autonomous and has outstanding analysts who are looking at this large gamut of information. I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you very much, Oshaka of NFIU. Any other comment or questions? Yes, Dr. Donald.
I want to thank all the presenters. My question is to CAC. From what I get from the presentation is that they are in the process of developing the register with the support from World Bank, if I'm right. And Neiti has had some experience in developing a beneficial ownership register. So I'm sure there's a lot of experience that they bring on board. Other agencies of government like NFIU have some responsibilities like issues of interconnectivity of such information with some of these agencies. So my question is, what is the plan that your agency or your commission has in involving other stakeholders in the development of the beneficial ownership, given the fact that Neiti has also made a commitment to say that once this register comes on stream, that they will be handing over what they have done to you. Thank you.
Dr. Bassi, are you still in the hall? Yes, please come so that they can. Abdul Hakim Mohammed, please, so that they can see you much more clearly and you also respond. And Mr. Jeremiah Ushaka, please also you could take a seat when the question comes fired at you, and you have the opportunity to respond. Let's get it so that Dr. Bassi, so if you permit me, Dr. Donald, I didn't quite get a gravamen of your intervention. I had some housekeeping to sort out. Was that to you, NFIU? All right. Okay, about banks, still the same trajectory of the earlier intervention. So just note the issues there. I was just wondering, I had the opportunity of making this observation a couple of years ago at also a Neiti function when they were still working on the beneficial ownership register. It was at Bond Hotel here also in Abuja at Wuse 2. I was talking about the history of company law, and that one of the key ingredients in company legislation over the centuries had been how to tame a company or a corporate entity as a wild horse and sometimes as a vehicle for fraud, or if you like, corruption. And that issue, of course, has re-emerged in the course of this presentation. But permit me to also throw this in, because sometimes I've been told the uninitiated, listening to the range and scope of your activities, either at CAC reporting requirements or NFIU, what's to be done, the impression tends to be created that perhaps every company is either into illicit activities, particularly with regard to their financial affairs, or have the potential of engaging in illicit financial activities. So, is there room for honest business persons who are using the corporate platform to earn their money and use the money the way they like in accordance with the laws of the country? And that question also goes to CAC because of the reporting requirements. I see the CAMA is more extensive now. You also have all kinds of provisions and regulations, so there's more responsibility for company secretaries and indeed the board of directors as part of corporate governance responsibilities. You had a question to ask? You had a question?
Thank you. I'm Sam Ekweme. Although I'm here representing the HMS, but my question is purely on personal capacity. So, listening to BO, I'm just looking at how do we enhance BO? Okay, beneficial ownership registrar. I think there is need for centralization. I hear Mining Cadastra have, the defunct DPR have, CAC, Neiti. I think somewhere along the line, we need a centralized registrar to avoid inconsistencies, because there is likelihood of having inconsistencies when you have multiple registers or multiple databases. Okay. So there should be a framework to kind of centralize those registers. So that's one. Two, my second observation really go to Neiti. I recall some years ago, one of the former minister was asked to make a speech on the Nigeria oil and gas industry. And the speech started by saying, "It is dark in here." In other words, the oil and gas industry, and perhaps most of the extractive industry, is dark, not only to government officials, but also to the Nigerian public. In terms of dark in the sense that they don't really know what is happening there. So, in other words, Neiti really need to go beyond just who are the owners, but also the activities that is happening in the industry to make it more open to Nigerians. What usually happens is when there are some information out there, the public just believe hook, line, and sinker. Some may be factual, but a lot of them may not be based on facts. And it's because that sector to a great to the Nigerian public. Okay, so that's one challenge, just saying Neiti need to take the beneficial ownership beyond just the owners. And in furtherance to that too, I think there is need to also begin to look at not just the owners, but the associated, those that do business with these companies, right? That if you take any of those players in the extractive industry, who are their key business partners, the suppliers, the vendors, etc. We also need to keep tab on the owners of those that provide services, because it could also send a signal, as to who the beneficial owners may be, right? It's possible that you are not seeing it from the other side, but you can see it from the supply side, those who are doing more of the business. So it's a way to just expand that BO. And some of the multinationals also do that already. So we don't really need to do CASMO. For most of their suppliers, vendors, they also have details, knowledge of who they are, because they also check them out. Okay, so we can copy that from most of the multinationals. Okay, I think that's just more like observations and my few thoughts in the extractive industry. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kweme. Gentlemen, I want to respond to some of the issues on the table now. NFIU and CAC, you want to respond? There's a microphone in front of you, please. You may wish to sit. I'm sure they can see you.
Okay, thank you. The first question was by the doctor, I believe. So the 400,000 US dollars I was talking about is for the electronic register. But already after the commencement of the act, that is the KAMA 2020, we have already started, we have already made it mandatory that once you are registering a fresh company under the 2020 Act, you must disclose the persons with significant control. That any person that holds 5% shares of the company must be disclosed, and it is already captured in our company's registration portal. So the disclosure has already begun after the commencement of the 2020 Act. The only reference I made for the contribution we are getting from the World Bank is the respect of the electronic register of persons with significant control, and which we are also trying to share with other regulatory authorities and other law enforcement agencies. For the second question, I believe you was one that, okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. On the question that you asked about the having dual portals in terms of NCO and DPR. In my presentation, they don't have a portal yet. It's only Neiti that has a portal for the extractive. What we said, we were working with them for them to have an alternative portal then, but it has not materialized. Neiti is the only one that has a publicly accessible portal. And even Neiti's portal, like I said, it's just a stopgap. As soon as the CAC's portal comes in life, our own submerges to their own, because they are the ones that, based on the law, they are the ones that have they are the ones that will maintain the register. Our own, why we did it, because of the validation issues that we have these are our commitments under the EITI. You also mentioned about the opaqueness of the sector, oil and gas. I think my boss will also talk to that, but since we started our work, we've done some reports from the oil and gas and solid mineral sector. Reports are the sector is no more as opaque as it is. Information are available in terms of production, what is being produced. Neiti makes the report annually in terms of income, revenue, and even governance issues. That's why it's because of some of the agitations that some of our recommendations, our comment that reforms have been done in the sector. The Deep Offshore Act was some of the things that we talked about, and it was implemented. And then the PIA itself also, which we are also part of the steering committee. Associated owners of companies, yes, I agree with you, there's a way of diverting income. But when the CAC comes, we report what we call commodity trading in terms of, based on the DPR model, every person operating in the oil and gas sector must register with DPR, and you must obtain license. Sorry, the regulator then. Now it's Upstream Commission. You must register with them. And part of the registration requirement is that you must provide that information on that BO. So what we'll try to do is to try to migrate that information into our portal, and subsequently the CAC portal will be the one that has that information as required. On the importance of our reporting and how we've opened up the system, I think my boss would be the best to answer that.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam. But fortunately, you're an industry person. I mean, you spent all your life in Chevron, so you will know that oil and gas business is not for ordinary people. That's one observation we have seen. It's a business that is highly technical, and it's a business that involves the high and the mighty, not just in Nigeria, all over the world. So even in societies like where most of the economy are dependent on oil and gas, most of the citizens hardly show interest. Our interest, the interest of the public more, is on how revenues from that sector can build roads, water, electricity, provide jobs, and then contribute to national development. That's essentially who goes into the deep sea to bring the oil. It's not, the citizens are not interested. You understand? It is the environment where you do the business. And that's where once like in those developed countries, Norway, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, most of the business, they don't care who, most of them have never seen a pint of oil, but they are interested, they are comfortable because the revenues from this sector provide them road, transportation, their environment is peaceful. So we will do our best, but it's also not an easy job. We are currently expanding to a subnational level. Under the current new board, we hope to create avenues and offices, at least in the six geopolitical zones going forward, just to expand the frontiers of our engagement. But once the governance structure in the sector is right, and there is accountability, honesty, good business environment, and the revenues accruing from the sector are supporting national development, our job is essentially done. But until we get there, to begin to teach rural people what is the who are members of JV or PLC or SORISC, I mean, to them, that's not their interest. So it's very important that those of you that are in the industry, you know why you keep it. The IOCs don't, enlightenment is very key. But even for us that work there, you keep knowing that how technical it is. That's why training and retraining has been very important. The scope of our engagement is widening, and we are becoming much more daring and incisive. That's why beneficial ownership is coming on stream. We're also asking for mainstreaming. You heard me say we're automating our process to make sure that real-time information and data flow into our system without having to chase the companies. But we need a lot of enlightenment. I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, Dr. Bassi and Abdul Hakim. Any more questions or comments? No more hands up. I just would like, gentlemen, for you to respond to this. We know our political environment, not just now, but also in the past, and we can project what the environment will still be in the near future. Some persons have often alleged that the fight against corruption is sometimes politically motivated. And if the information that you would generate from beneficial ownership data could aid in the fight against corruption, what guarantee is there that it might not then be utilized for political witch hunt? And if that is so, what guarantee will you then have that the information you receive with regard to beneficial ownership is true and correct?
Well, I have also, as a Nigerian, we've also followed the argument that sometimes the fight against corruption is narrow. There's a word that is normally used. Is selective. But what I have not heard from all those accused is that it's not true. I challenge you to go to my account, publish it, and show me where I stole money. I have not had any of those are arrested, whether they are governors or they are legislators or private sector people that are either in EFCC, or I have not had any of them that say, I challenge the anti-corruption agencies to make public what they are accusing me of. All I hear is, oh, because I'm from one part of the country or because I'm in this party, that is why you are after me. But the issue is it true or is it a lie? So if we focus the argument around that point, you say that you have to start somewhere. Because if you are looking at the coloration of where the religion and the tribe and where the person comes, you won't make progress. But anybody that is arrested or being prosecuted, do a press conference and challenge Nigerians are those accusing you to show proof. Publish my account, publish my report, and show proof why you're accusing me. And leave the issue of where you worship or where you come from. That can come later if it's necessary. But I've not had, I'm beginning today to track and see. All you hear is those arrested wear white cloth, white agbada, and they're waving their hand, and some people are shouting, and they're distracting attention. Nobody has ever said, I did not do it. I challenge you to show proof. And that's where the argument is. So I think the other line of your question is, Neiti doesn't have power to arrest or prosecute. So I'm just reasoning as a Nigerian, how I wish we have. Well, there was another leg of your question.
Well, which has to do, I think that will be more appropriate for
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
in terms of the accuracy of the information you then get with respect to a beneficial owner. Let us assume I play in the oil and gas sector, like Mr. Ekweme. If I play in the oil and gas, if I'm selling kerosene, I'm also playing in the oil and gas sector, no? Isn't it? Yes, I mean, that's the shallower end of the downstream. I'm just saying, for politically exposed persons, those who have deep pockets, there are all kinds of schemes that you can devise to ferret out your information. But if somebody knows that, look, the radar could be on him, on her, the person will also devise ways of getting under the radar. That's the point. So the kind of information you then receive, because here, beneficial ownership, the definition, relates to the controlling mind, the directing mind. I'm sure you must have had experience. I once knew a gentleman, very wealthy gentleman, he's late now. At some point in his life, he was no longer wearing a wristwatch, because the wristwatch was simply ornamental and he didn't need it. His time was being managed by others, and he didn't even need to have cash on him. Wealthy, he didn't need to have cash. I'm sure there are still Nigerians like that. All they need to do is speak to agent A, agent B, agent C, and things get done. So how do you get such persons as being genuine and true where they provide information, assuming I'm a front? And I tell you that I'm a BO, I have a beneficial interest in this matter. In the meantime, I'm representing Mr. C. How do you ascertain that? Particularly for politically exposed persons who now know that the heat is on them, the sunshine is something that, of course, is the best disinfectant that you can get.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. From the NFI perspective, I'll say that beneficial ownership is really key to us, and I understand what you're talking about, but criminals or people who are involved in illicit financial activities or even flows always make mistakes. There's a trend that people always make very grave mistakes. I'll give you an example. You've succeeded in creating a shell company, or somebody is running a company for you where you are the ultimate beneficial owner. Sometimes you could make a mistake, like you tell that company to pay for or that card could be used to pay for your electricity bill in your house, for your development approval in the new site you are trying to build. You are not always 100% careful. So there's a need for when a public register is available and the public can query it and people can challenge it. Also, your transactions with us, no matter how it is, and we see the volume, there's an industry average of what your transactions should look like. But when your transactions go beyond that, then it could be of interest to us. Who is this person? Then you should understand that when the law enforcement authorities arrest you, an asset declaration form is given to you sometimes, and you're able to declare what you have most times. When you don't declare what is there, the state can take that from you. So we go to non-asset-based conviction, where we now sue you. I'm not a lawyer, I'm an accountant, where people challenge your asset and say, you did not list this one for us. So the state is coming for that asset you did not declare. Also, another mechanism available is the fact that as public officials, government workers, if you understand that corruption or illicit financial flows is leaving the public sector to private sector, like government money is taken through corporate vehicles to other jurisdictions. As government officials, we have code of conduct bureau forms to fill annually. Are we querying those? Are we using those forms as law enforcement? I don't know where to my office. Are we able to check what you've declared in CAC and marry what is on the NFI's robust database of everybody's transaction in Nigeria? I'm sure if we start that, there's going to be a lot of information coming out of what you've declared. You say you have 2 houses. Yeah, on one in your code of conduct bureau form, which you declare every 4 years. And then in your NFI transactions, you've done over 1 billion. Now, there's always a column there for cash at hand, cash in bank, and bank balances. So we're going to engage more and see how to address the situation. There must be a verification process. When we have the public available beneficial ownership register, like I said in my presentation, we must, is it qualify or clarify that information you've given us? Because to me, it's legal persons that are still being represented as beneficial owners. We must go back as a financial intelligence unit, as the Money Laundering Office of Nigeria, to see that Jeroshaka Nigeria Limited, this company, all the volume of transaction there. Who was the biggest beneficiary? Was it a certain Dr. Mike or Dr. Jerry, or who took the highest amount out of transaction volume? We must be able to write back to CSC and say, we have seen a lot of transactions happening in Jerry's account, Jerry Nigeria Limited. Well, looking at the corporate, no individual is transacting on his name because you rather use vehicles like companies, trust, and partnerships. The more that when the public available register is available, we must interact with CSC to tell Corporate Affairs Commission that we don't think that that is illegal or that is the ultimate beneficiary or the beneficial owner. We think that this is the actual beneficiary based on transactions that have been done on that account, that those persons you are seeing are not the persons you see. The example is the Malabo issue and the other transactions we have seen here in Nigeria that have gone, we've seen it happen. The people who got these monies were not even the people, the recent beneficiaries who were being paid in those transactions. So it's important that the FIU must be not just saying as the sole coordinator of the anti-money laundering framework in Nigeria, but should be the one to verify and write back to CSC to tell them that there are transactions going on here that don't depict the names you have as legal persons, which you have stated as beneficial owners. That's what I think. Then on the question you asked about companies being represented as negative, I don't agree. In a mixed economy, or I don't know, the financial model we have here, or a capitalist economy, corporate vehicles must exist. The MTN, the phone network we're using now, all corporate, our entities who are doing also a good job. So I think they are good vehicles and they're able to transact good businesses here. So I think we just need to raise surveillance and monitoring on the financial system in Nigeria and make sure that illicit financial flows, capital flights, money laundering, and terrorism financing is not going on through our companies. How do we do that? The registration process with CSC, the frameworks in place now that you have to update your beneficial owners and all these things we are going through. But all the agencies must meet together regularly. NFIU, Neiti, I'm glad we have MOUs now, and we're going to work very well to make sure that the extractive sector, let's start with that because that is the most important food for Nigerians. So let's work together. Thank you very much.
To answer your questions, in order to identify the persons, we usually ask for your addition when you are registering a company or when you are doing a post-registration exercise, your means of identification, your email address, and your telephone number. And we have started collaborating with NIMSI because of their data. If you provide, we will insist in future that you must have NIN identity card before you register any company. And immediately you submit your NIN, we can now go to their portal and confirm the authenticity of that card. So that is, for now, that is the measure we have taken. And if you provide any false information, the newcomer has provided for a penalty, 2 years imprisonment. So if you are maybe shielding somebody and you present an anonymous person, definitely the law will catch up with you. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your responses to the questions. It's a hopeful outlook that we have. There will always be perspectives to this and how to make it more effective and efficient in dealing with issues of corruption in the extractive industries and therefore reap the benefits from that sector for our people. On that note, would like to thank Dr. Dieter Bassi. We also like to thank Abdul Hakim Mohammed and Jeremiah Ushaka. Sorry, I didn't know you were Jerry, so Jerry. All right, so Jerry Ushaka, I think that sounds more funkified, of NFIU for your perspectives and the ES as well as those who contributed to the interactive session. Next steps, that will be Neiti in-house team lead for the opening Extractives program. After this, what next? Let me invite Ms. Chinenye Okechukwu, who is the Neiti team lead for opening Extractives.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on established protocols. On the next steps, Neiti is going to work with its core partners to basically finalize the engagement plan. My director mentioned that on the 24th of June, Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning committed Nigeria to opening Extractives. So we're looking at CAC, OGP, MCO, the Upstream Regulatory Commission as our core partners to start working on this engagement plan. We would also set up a technical working group, and that technical working group is now going to have key agencies. There are a lot of agencies that have been identified. A lot of them were present here, and a lot have been mentioned. Someone, Mr. Jerry mentioned, Mr. Hakim mentioned NIMC. We've taken that down. We're going to look at them as people that will definitely partner in terms of our technical working group. For that working group, we're also going to have identified data generators and data users. We're going to send out a letter to all agencies, most government agencies, for nominations of members of this committee. And we're hoping that we get a group that is going to be sustained, people that are committed to ensuring that this 5-year program works. We're going to have a meeting of all members of that working group. And at that meeting, we will finalize a work plan. We already have a draft work plan, but it'd be good to hear from others so that we're able to finalize that. We are going to reactivate the civil society and media network on beneficial ownership and implementation. That has been in existence, but it went dormant, and we're hoping to put that back. So what we're trying to see basically is that it's going to be government, companies, and civil society, the same way the EITI tripod works. Thank you very much, and no.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chineye Okechukwu, the Neiti team lead for opening Extractives, one of the brains behind this launch today. She's been working flat out to ensure, along of course with our colleagues, that this launch has been the success that it has been. But we have to have the vote of thanks and closing remarks, as it were, from Mrs. Obiageli Onwara, who is Deputy Director of Communications and Advocacy at Neiti. Mrs. Onwara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osadolo. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I feel honored to have been invited to give this vote of thanks. Let me start by thanking most graciously the Honorable Minister of Finance and Budget and National Planning, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, for her outstanding commitment to the launch of the opening Extractives. Not forgetting the Honorable Minister of State, Budget and National Planning, Prince Claire Mawa, who wore 2 caps today. First, he is the coordinating minister of opening Extractives in Nigeria. And secondly, he represented the Minister of Finance. And he not only did that, he drafted a team led by his SA, Mr. Sam Ekweme, to also represent him physically at this event, having recorded his message and sent to us online. We are most grateful, and we believe, sir, you will take our gratitude back to the Minister of State. We are also indebted to our sister agencies here. We have the NFIU, the ICPC, the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the CAC, Ministry of Mines and State Development, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and a lot of other government agencies who will be working with in the coming days, weeks, and months. Our thanks also go to the oil and gas companies, solid minerals companies. We have ITEO, who is still here, Seplat Energy, BOA Group. Thank you all for being so responsive to the tenets and principles of the EITI. To the EITI, Open Extractives, Open Ownership, and BHP Foundation, we say a very big thank you for providing the initial funds. Ime is there. I've been sitting with her all through the day. Thank you for providing the funds for the takeoff of this program. We'll be looking forward to your mentorship, your hand-holding towards the success of this program. I cannot fail to appreciate the Governing Council of Neiti, the Governing Board of Neiti, led by our state chairman. They've been so wonderful. I was at the National Assembly last week and he was almost revered. I saw the chairman of one of the most powerful committees at the National Assembly answer him, sir. And I said, this man must be somebody very, very powerful. In fact, we were asked to take a bow and leave. And our ES cleverly hid behind him. Every question he was asked, he said, my chairman is here with me. So thank you, sirs, for your support so far. We're so very, very grateful. To my ES, what will I tell you that I've not told you over and over again? Your achievements speak for themselves. This is another milestone and a feather to your many, many caps. Thank you for your great leadership and support. To the Neiti management, I can see Dr. Donald here, Dr. Dito Bass, and a host of us right at the back there. And to our guests, civil society, the media, our online participants, thank you so very much for your support. To the opening extractive team led by Chineyo Okechukwu, thank you for a job well done. You've done marvelously well, marvelously well. In an event of this magnitude, it's possible that I may have omitted some names. Please, this is not intentional. We appreciate your contributions. We've all worked so very hard to make this national launch a success. There is Mike Uzigwe. Please take a bow, stand up, please. Please, he was always on my neck. Thank you, Dr. Mike. He's the country manager, EITI Anglophone countries. He's been marvelous, very, very wonderful towards the success of this program. I pray that the noble objectives of opening extractives will bring about a more transparent, a more reformed extractive sector for Nigerians in the name of Jesus. It's a prayer. And then on behalf of the ES Secretariat, the Neiti Secretariat, I want to thank all of you for coming. And I say, God bless Nigeria. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Obiageli. Just before we close, there are a couple of announcements. ES, please. We haven't taken the national anthem for us to close. You are not the presidency. So you are not the presidency. We will take the national anthem. I told you, Dr. Mike Uzoigwe is always self-effacing. That's who he is. And the ES himself. When you are writing the history of the advent of the Petroleum Industry Act, you will not fail to mention the role of Dr. Mike Uzoigwe and the ES himself and Neiti, the various advocacy workshops and seminars they held for stakeholders, including the lawmakers, host communities, and others. And I had the privilege of participating in some of those events. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Lunch is ready. I'm sure you have received your voucher. The restaurant for the lunch is also on this floor, this second mezzanine. It's at Ogun Nasarawa Hall. That's where lunch is served. So if you have your voucher, it looks like a call card. I'm sure you have yours. If you don't have, kindly look for one of the officials to give it to you, unless you want to forgo your lunch. Now, you also received a ticket when you were driving into Transcorp. As you are leaving, please approach the information desk, which is usually within the precincts of the exit gate, and just let them know that you are coming from this event, which is the national launch of the opening extractives for today, and then they will validate your exit. That way you don't pay a dime. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your being around today. For us to close, let's rise for the national anthem. Rise.